I need to get the quote-unquote setup. Wait, why does it say it's waiting? Why does it say it's waiting? Okay, our internet is being weird. Our internet is being fucking weird today. Okay. Hello, everyone. Uh, Good afternoon at this point. Today we're going to be finishing up this drawing I conceived with my friend yesterday of an OC. We don't have a name for her yet, but all we know is that she's a librarian. And that she's kind of got an attitude like more set on like don't bother me kind of attitude, like don't bother me, I'm reading. Like old Twilight if you even want to go there. But yeah, we did this yesterday. I added the colors this morning just to give it something. So if you want to see the colors, I'll turn the color layers back on, turn the background layer back on. So the color scheme we're going with is, whoopsie, is something along these lines. I'll unfade it here in just a second. Just gotta give me a second. So that's the color scheme we're gonna work with. Kind of a redhead, green eyes, don't bother me attitude. But yeah, we gotta get her nice and clean first. Whoops. So what we're going to do first is we're going to turn off all of these layers like I had before. And I need to turn that off. Okay, turn all the color layers. And everything. So many layers. And then we go back up here to the full layer, which is her, basically. And we turn that down to 50%. We're doing the line art stage, otherwise known as basically the cleanup phase of drawing. So I fixed as much of her as I possibly could. Like this morning I got up and she didn't look right at all. She looked anatomically incorrect, and that's because I had that, and I rewatched like the art process because you can do that with IBIS Paint, and it turned out well. It turned out that her legs were too short, so I just extended her skirt a little bit more to give her some more length, and I do think that worked out pretty well. So I think she's good to go, and I feel like we are set to start turning her into an actual character. But holy crap, the details. So this will be a long one for sure. So I suggest we just get started and go for it. Oh, oh, the wrong glare. So hopefully everybody's having a great morning or afternoon, whatever. And yeah, hopefully you just enjoy the show. But yeah, the hardest part of this entire drawing was that her hand pose. Because trying to figure out that pose was a major pain in the ass. I don't draw poses like that very often, so it was definitely a challenge. I was originally going to go for the one where you have like your thumb tucked in like the center of the book to hold the pages so they don't fold over. But that one just was not wanting to play nice. It did not want to work out. It did not want to. It just didn't want to work. So I went with something a little bit more simple. Plus, this is fantasy. We're not trying to be like any sort of like perfect by any means. We're just trying to create a character. Okay, I'm already like not liking this. Okay. So I feel this needs to be a little bit more natural. This needs to connect a little bit more naturally. More like that. Or did I just do the... Oh my god, I just did the same fucking thing. I didn't mean to make her look so much like a witch, but apparently that's the theme I went for. So, yay, witch, I guess. She has a lot more, she has a lot of things that I've actually, like, never attempted before. Oh, the commenter dragon. I recognize that name. Oh, for the love of... If I could draw a straight line today, it would be wonderful. Okay, finally. So just sit back and enjoy the show, guys. Because it's going to be a long one. Because this is a very detailed piece. Especially the things hanging from her hat. The things hanging from her hat are definitely the ones that are the long one, or that are the, like, detail heavy shit. Like, redrawing all of those is going to be a pain, but hey, it's a challenge, so who cares? I can't help but feel like the, like, curvature of this is not correct. Ah, well. If it looks wrong later, I'll fix it later, so it's no big deal. So right now we're just going through the part where we do the liner, which is basically the point of cleanup. Basically cleaning up all the, like, nastiness of the whatchamacallit, the rough sketch. And so on and so forth. Okay, I need to match the size of that. So probably need to bring it out just a little bit more. No, forgot that. Last sloppy lines, guys. Just gonna take a second. Makes sense. This was where I was struggling the hardest, was the hands. So, yeah, that's always fun. Okay, I already know that this needs to come up way higher than it does. Sorry, than it's at right now. So let's go with something more like that. Is that more correct? Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. So, yep, this is just going to be a long process of tracing over the rough sketch. We may or may not change some of the colors, like with her color scheme. I don't know yet. I just kind of threw something together this morning just to kind of build something, I guess. And prayed that it was enough, but yeah, sometimes things do end up getting changed in the final process. Okay. For my first attempt at a witch head, I think I actually did a really good job. I did use a reference, so yeah, hurt me if you want. But if I have to use a reference, I'm gonna use a goddamn reference. I will use a reference over trying to guess in my head any day. Especially considering I'm not used to, like, witch type, like, characters. Okay, what the hell's going on here? Yeah, it's like a bell-bottom kind of thing going on. So, yep, this will be a long process, so just relax and enjoy the show, I guess. I want to say her tail is too high up, but I don't think so. I think that's about right where it would connect to right above the butt, because the tail is usually, like, right above the tailbone. So I feel that it's pretty accurate where it's angled, because part of it is cut off from the back and would connect like to the center point right behind right above the tailbone. And if her butt is like right there, then her tailbone would be about right there. Pretty damn close, I'd say. But holy amount of detail this character has. Jeez Louise. And I didn't mean to make her so detailed, but hey, it happens. You get creative and then it just starts happening. And then later on, you regret it. You're like, oh no. Why did I do this to myself? Because it looks nice, that's why. Also, do not ask what this emblem means. I have no idea. I just drew it. It's just a random thing that I drew to just kind of give her character. That's all it is. It's just a fancy pendant. That's really all it amounts to. I don't have a story for this girl yet. All I know is a few things. She's got a I don't give a fuck about your feelings attitude, and she's also a librarian who is very strict, as you can tell by probably the look in her eye. Annie Honey, hello. Hopefully you all are having a great day right now. I need a drink. Alright. So I'm just going to take this one step at a time. Maybe add some more details along the way, because there are some things that I probably could still technically add. Like maybe more features to the belt. Also keep in mind, not a professional. I draw mainly for fun. No, I can see that cut off. So, yep, this is just a long, long, and patient process. It's also kind of therapeutic as well, especially if you are, you know, if you like just enjoy doing this for fun. What's the weather in my region? It's sunny and hot as hell. It's actually kind of humid right now, but I don't know why it would be humid. It didn't rain. It just feels humid. It's like that stuffy kind of hot weather. Like that stuffy feeling. Like the air feels heavy, not like as light as it usually feels. Have you ever seen The Amazing Digital Circus? No, I just started art last year. Like literally, I just started art a year ago. August 29th, I believe. So I just recently had my first year anniversary. And I'm still learning stuff as I go. But I am getting more daring with certain things, like certain kind of clothing, certain types of details and stuff. Like hands I've really gotten decent at. It's just certain hand poses that are really the that are really the ones for me that just are like no. I will avoid hands poses, like difficult hand poses, if I possibly can. I don't think any artist likes hands really. Well, I wouldn't say everyone, because I know some people who can draw hands like beautifully. Then there's others that just struggle, like me. For me, it's either today is an on day or today is an off day. That is literally it. Like if like that's just basically the bare minimum of my thing. It's how my brain wants to act. If my brain wants to say, "Okay, today's gonna be an easy day," it'll be an easy day. But if it's a day where everything's just not gonna work, then it's just a day where nothing's gonna work. That's why I sometimes jokingly go, like if I'm struggling on something, "Oh, okay, it's a leg day. Oh, okay, it's a chest day. Oh, okay, today's a leg day." Stuff like that. Like what I just recently started doing, like trying to dare to do, is shoes. Because I really want to try and draw shoes. I just want to draw my characters barefoot. And I feel like the easiest ones to draw are honestly heels because, well, they're pretty simple. They're not like heavily detailed by any means. Okay, this curve is really starting to piss me off. There we go. Finally. But my art process involves me just drawing the entire body first, and then, kind of as a skeleton, just dress over it. Okay. Now do the heel. God, those heels are tall. Okay, let's do the tail next. I'm trying to learn how to like really get much better at like details and stuff like body details, like things just so my characters don't look flat. Like if they're like if my character's wearing a bikini, then their stomach details, like where like there's the divots for like the sternum and like the muscles, stuff like that. Like the divots and stuff that give them like structure and don't make them look flat as a pancake, or not flat as a pancake, like flat and boring. And that's one thing I've learned that you really just have to kind of learn slowly but surely, is just different things on like different like details, different styles, stuff like that. Personally, I just draw whatever the hell I want, and that's usually just how it goes. Like I'll just pick up the pen one day and just be like, okay, what am I gonna draw today? Like I'll enter it with like an idea of what I want to draw, but then it'll slowly turn into its own, piece. It's like another thing that I usually struggle with on certain days. Hair. Hair can either be a day when I'm like as creative as hell and it looks nice, or it can be a day when it just does not want to, my brain just does not want to, say, okay, this is how this piece goes. And sometimes my mind, for some reason, just blanks out all the details for like how hair is structured. So yeah, it honestly just all depends on how my brain wants to act. That's why if you feel exhausted, don't overexert yourself. Like I've worked with people who do artwork like crazy, like on a very very rigorous scheduling like style. I can't like how far that goes. All right, there I'd say. Horsetails are always tricky for me for some reason. And I think trying to learn how to draw the umamasume style has really taught me a lot. Like how to draw horsetails, how to draw certain horse features like the ears, and yeah, just trying different things. Like that's definitely one thing I recommend artists do, is like really just challenge themselves. Try different things. Don't just stick to one style. Eventually you have to break out of that comfort zone. It's going to happen one way or another. Because what's going to end up happening is your artwork is going to get really stale. Stale as in it's very repetitive and it all looks the same. So you got to try some different things in order to really keep your followers, attached to your stuff. Okay, let's try and not make this finger look broken this time. Like, I've only been drawing for a year, and I've already gotten to this point where I feel comfortable pretty much drawing every single day. And that's probably the best like regimen I can give as like just a regular schedule for any like newer artist. Just try and draw something once a day. Try and draw at least something. It doesn't matter what it is. As long as it's just something, and always try to challenge yourself. Because challenging yourself is going to help you learn new things, and I know this from experience because that's how I learned how to draw hands. Like, I used to do poses like where I would just like head, side, and for the arms, I would put them like, behind the body. Like, I would do something like that. That's how I started with hands. Or not hands, but just with drawing in general. But now I feel absolutely comfortable just trying different poses, even though some can be harder than others. But if there's no challenge, then what's the point? It's like different hand poses. The one that gets me every time, the FU pose, the flipping the bird pose. That one is freaking tricky. I don't know why it's so tricky, but yeah, my brain don't like it at all. Even this one that I did with the book holding. It should have been easy, but for some reason it did not want to cooperate. So it just did not want to cooperate. So I went with like the whole hand holding the book open thing, which is more cartoonish if I'm being completely honest, but anime kind of is cartoonish. Let's just be honest. Pokemon exists, Yu-Gi-Oh exists, uh, even Dragon Ball Z can kind of be cartoonish at times. But yeah, there's plenty of like things with like anime being very cartoonish in nature, and considering they have big bulgy eyes, yeah, I would say they're a little cartoony. Okay, connect that to there. Like, one of my biggest challenges is arms. Arms are definitely one of my biggest like thing. Once I get to the arm drawing process, I'm like, oh god, here we go. And I think I know why it's so hard for me. But poses like these, where it's at like an angle and there's like perspective involved, yeah, they're much trickier to draw. Excuse me. And essentially, what I have to do is just kind of toy around until something happens. And that's basically what ends up happening. But how I learned how to draw, like, how I learned how to draw the body was very unconventional. It's definitely not like one of the more, like, smarter ways to learn. But how I would learn how to draw is I would take an image and I would trace the outline, just the outline though, not the features, and I would basically learn the shapes of like the elbows, the muscles and stuff just by tracing over it. Like, I didn't learn like, what the body is made of shapes like tactic or anything like that. I learned basically by just drawing and tracing over things and then adding my own little touch. And I used to draw with my finger, mainly because I didn't have a stylus at the time. So I got a stylus, and yeah, now we're good. Okay, that finger looks off, but all right, let's try that again. But I didn't want to commit to a stylus until I felt like, art was like something I could, continue. It's like as something that, as a hobby, even as a hobby, something that I could just, stick with because, well, art's not easy. And right now, this finger don't want to play nice. I think I know what's going on here. I've got it too thin. That's what this step is for, to take our time and fix the issues that we have in the original sketch. Oh, for the love of fucking... Okay, yeah, that just can't be right. Hello, local dude. Yep, I play Uma Musume and I make OCs for them. Well, my own OCs is what I should say. Let me see. This finger's really starting to tick me off. It's more something like that. If it irritates me too much, I just move on. Yeah, that finger don't look right. And maybe it's just because I haven't traced over the other ones yet, but yeah. But yeah, that's basically how I learned how to draw. I learned by basically learning the shapes by tracing over images, just the outlines, and then apply my own features to them. And that's how I learned things like hairstyles and stuff like that. There are some hairstyles that I just completely and utterly avoid because God no. But that's definitely something I should work on, is different hairstyles. Like, I've done things like twin tails, ponytails, what's another popular one? Actually, I think that needs to be a little bit bigger. But right there, it's saying. But yeah, the twin tails and all that stuff, yeah, I've done those things. And basically, I learned by characters, or by my friends, like, challenging me. Like, my friend Mark, he loves Hu Tao from Genshin Impact, and he's challenged me to draw her several times, and I think I finally got a grip on how to actually draw her. Hello, MND Man. Bro, if you're just gonna be a troll, fuck off. If you're just gonna be a troll, fuck off. I'm not doing this for views. I'm doing this because I enjoy being with my people. Okay, if that finger's just gonna be a bitch, I'm just gonna be a bitch back to it. Also, I have 9,000 subscribers, bro. I have plenty of people. Okay. Moving on. Hand doesn't look perfect, but who gives a shit at this point? I don't. As long as it looks good. That's all I care about. And your point? I'm not here for views, dipstick. I'm here to have fun. Okay. The finger's gonna bug me. Finger is outside from that shit. It's gotta be that freaking angle that's just throwing me off. It's gotta be that. Either that or just something's off the anatomy. I don't know. Oh, I think I know what's throwing me off. I think it's because this finger would be pressurized down, so it's making that finger up here smaller. It'll work. And that's one thing I can only stress to artists is that if something's fucking if something is like pissing you off enough, move on to something new. Move on to something new. Okay, I think I've got some technicality wrong here. If this is a heavy one, it would be like more like that. Yeah. Yeah. I'd say that's alright. I would say that's alright. Okay. Nope. Okay. Now where do we go? I guess we just move from there, like right to here. Bro, if you're just gonna do that, it doesn't hurt me. I went through freaking almost 10 years of bullying in school. I've been called every name in the book. I dealt with a pedophile that I buried in the dirt. Yeah, good luck. And unless you can do better, I'd love to see you try and beat my drawing. Perfect. Okay. And with these, you have to really, really, really be meticulous. Or, yeah, you have to be, like, on point with them. Because, yeah, they're rounded. And if you don't round them, well, it's gonna be noticeable. And that's one thing I used to do with the things in my drawing style. Like when I started out, I was bad, very bad. But I think everybody is. Everybody starts out rough. We all have the learning curve. Shit happens. But I used to draw them very, very squared. And that was a humongous mistake. Like, I used to draw them very, very squared and very weird. But yeah, guys, keep in mind, I'm a guy. So I don't know that shit. I did have an art teacher, but they weren't the best art teacher, I'm not gonna lie. So I've just been learning by experience. It's kind of how I learned how to play guitar and all that stuff too. Actually, I'm going to do the facial features last. Yeah, let's get the clothing materials out of the way first. Like the collar. Like things that I definitely are bad at in art is 100% anything symmetrical. Anything that requires symmetrical like value to it, yeah. Anything like stars, diamonds, anything like that, yeah. That's a no for me. That's a no for me, Chuck. Another thing that's really difficult is perspective, but I think every artist struggles with that, honestly. I think every artist struggles with perspective at some point because it's tricky. Especially at very, very certain angles. Yeah, that'll work. But yeah, we're not even close to anywhere done even after the sketch. Okay, Gen Z, come back here when you grow up, when you actually grow a pair and, actually, yeah, like when you grow a pair, little bitch boy, and you've grown up a little bit, and you understand that what you're doing is pointless, come back and talk to me like a civil adult. Then we'll talk. For now, you're just getting ignored. So continue yelling at the wall. Alright, pendant. Alright, let's do our other arm. Also, local dude, please don't bring that kind of slang into the chat, please. YouTube, I don't know how YouTube is with that word, but I don't want to take chances. I'm surprised you didn't get reviewed, like held for review on that. I am honestly surprised. I mean, I get that it's a word that can be used non-sling, like not as a slur, but yeah, it's just best to be safe. Okay. There we go. But yeah, when it comes to perspective, perspective is hard determining or depending on the angle. The angle is ridiculous, like sometimes. Especially for certain like environments. Like the hardest one, like this one even was hard. Not because of perspective, just because of detail. But what's the hardest one I've ever actually like done with perspective? Oh yeah, the one with Ganyu, and there was the background with the mountain and all that. That one, that series had some hard freaking perspective pieces. But basically, what I did was I challenged myself. I wrote a story and basically said, okay, now we gotta do a drawing along with it. We gotta draw this out. And there was no excuses. I had to somehow make it work. And, well, it did. Was it hard? Yes. But did it teach me things? Yes, as well. But yeah, if any commenters come into the chat, guys, don't worry about it. Like if there's any like, trolls like that, don't even give them any attention because they don't deserve it. They're just here to rage bait, and that's all they're here for. Okay. I think we're doing the hair next. Because I don't think I'm missing anything. Am I missing a whole... nope. Tail's good to go. Shoes are good to go. Yep, I think we're moving on to the hair. And oh boy, is this hair going to be fun to shade. Well, given the new style that I use, the two-tone style, it's definitely going to be maybe a little easier, but not necessarily any easier. I'm really picking up on how to do that. It's actually not that difficult. Once you basically pick up on how, like, where light would hit naturally on the person, once you figure that out, like where the light would hit, where it wouldn't hit at certain angles, then it becomes so much easier. Like before, I'm like, okay, what the do I do? Then after doing it a couple of times, I'm like, oh, okay, so this is where the light would hit here, this is how this angle would work, blah, 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 stuff like that. And that's basically how you get better, is you just do it over and over again. Like, that's how I learned how to draw Ganyu. I basically made a whole series where I drew her, and yeah. For the most part, I can remember how to draw her, I believe, 90%. There's certain parts that I still don't remember. And I believe the majority of that lies with her, probably her hairstyle. Because her hairstyle's kind of strange. But then again, it's anime. Anime's kind of illogical, so makes sense. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Okay, I gotta move that over there. Okay. Whoopsie. Okay, now the side, kind of the side windy bangs. Okay. Oopsie daisy. Don't know why that song suddenly got stuck in my head, but... Well, I think I know how it got stuck, because of a word I said. Fortunately, can't play it because, well, the YouTube copyright system is dog water, so... Oh, I am not looking forward to the hat details. There's so many details. It's definitely not the most detailed piece I've ever done. No, the most detailed piece that I ever did, oh, that's a tough one. That was probably that one request. The weirdest fuck one. Actually, no, that wasn't the weirdest fuck one. The one was the bad OC. That's what I called it, because it had way too much going on it. And just to give you clarification, it's like a mixture of like 50,000 different things in one person. This character had wings, goggles, eye patches, the whole 9 yards. Like, it was all over the place. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to draw this and not even complain. So, yeah. That was a big one. And probably the most detailed, well, probably the most detailed request I've ever done. But I don't know about drawing. Like, I've done some drawings that are very detailed, and I can't really think of them all off the top of my head right now. Like, that one I did for the art challenge vid was really fucking hard, because so much detail with the two characters. Like, one where you ever do more than one character is a lot of work. That's why I try to avoid having to fall to that like area. But yeah, there's always time to take breaks and smell the roses. Like, I try my best to... How do I always manage to do that? Oh, I'm on smudge. Okay, I swear, this pen has a mind of its own. I swear. But yeah, I don't let trolls get me down, guys. I've been through hell and back. I know trolls. They don't get to me. And the best way to counter them, just ignore them. Because in reality, they're losers. I am drawing a OC that a friend of me came up with from that's based off of Uma Musume. She has no name at the moment because we didn't really come up with one. All we know is that she's a librarian with a I don't give a fuck about your feelings attitude, pretty much. She's very strict. Right now, we're just getting through the line art, I guess is what it would be called. The line art, the final sketch, kind of thing. And this is a very long and tedious process. Well, every part of art is a long and tedious process. But this is the process that probably takes, I wouldn't say the longest, but it takes the most amount of focus, is what I should say. Because you want the final thing you're going to be drawing, like coloring and all that stuff in, to be good. You don't want any discrepancies. All right, Nick. Thank you for watching, man. Really appreciate it. All right, let's go down. But yeah, I just do this to hang with you guys. It doesn't matter if I get 1 viewer, 3 viewers, 10 viewers. I don't care. This is not what I'm in it for. I'm here to just do whatever the hell I want to do. Share with the rest of the world. Let's see. Yep, that's correct. The trickiest thing with hair is that you have to follow curvature. And when you're drawing it, you have to match the physics of like where it would land on the body and how it would curve and all that stuff. That's the trickiest part. The trickiest part for me with hair sometimes is drawing it in the back. Because you need to really have an eye for that stuff. And usually what I end up doing is I just draw like an invisible line through the character and then erase it when I get to the point of where I feel like it looks right. That way I can see like X-ray vision basically. What is that? Is that part of the arm? It's part of the clothing. Okay. That legitimately confused me for a second. Like, oh no. I could add more details to the hair, like just these little lines, just to kind of give it some structure. Because I really feel like doing that in the last one was a really good idea. That was the last one, right? Yeah, the one with the girl smoking the cigarette in the bar. That's actually turning out to be one of my favorite art pieces, honestly, because I put so many representations of addiction that I didn't even realize it. Like the cracks in the wall, fractured image, fractured like soul, even like unable to really comprehend for themselves. The dart with no darts in it could represent no sense of direction or target in mind, like a no target and no target goal in life because you're stuck basically being a slave to your addictions. What was the other one? Oh, the smoke going into the air, blowing your dreams away, basically, or just basically blowing your life away to nothing but, a bad place, pretty much. A lot of representations of addiction that I didn't even realize were representations of addiction until I looked a little closer. I'm like, wow, I actually really made a piece that did well at representing addiction. I think that's one of the things hanging from her back. Yes. Okay. Oh, I gotta actually do this right. So I gotta actually find where that book would be. It's like right there. In fact, let's actually get that out of the way first. Perfect. There we go. Okay, now that's looking more correct. Alright, now just add that hair to the back. Like, hair takes drawing quite a few times in order to really understand how it works. Because it's a tricky thing to understand. You need to know how it, like, flows down the body. You need to know how the physics work when it hits the body. Like, those are all things that come with, like, drawing hair. And depending on what kind of hair you're actually drawing, yeah. And by what kind of hair I mean you're drawing is like anime hair, regular, like, more realistic hair. Because with anime hair, okay, so anime hair is interesting because it is very human like esque in some cases. In some cases, it can be human like, or it could be just ridiculous. Like, one instance of ridiculousness that I can name: Pokemon characters. Anytime someone asks me to draw a Pokemon character, I'm like, no. Because Pokemon characters, in my head, make no sense. Their physics, like their hair physics, makes zero sense. There's no connection point for the scalp, and their hair is just anatomically not correct. And I draw, like, more like based around human anatomy, so, or close to human anatomy is what I should say. So drawing something that's not anatomically even correct bugs me. It's like a pet peeve of mine. So Pokemon characters, I've drawn them, but I prefer not to draw them if I can. Because, yeah, Pokemon characters are just not fun, man. I don't mean the Pokemon themselves, I mean the humans, like the actual human characters. I remember there was one that I had to draw. Well, there was two. Because one was Sabrina and someone else. I can't ever remember her goddamn name. Sabrina and somebody. Uh, and then there was another one. Hold on, that don't make any sense. Then there was another one, and I don't. Her name was her name's Luzamine or Luzamine. I don't know, guys. I'm not a Pokemon person. I am not a Pokemon person, so don't harp me, please. So I had to draw her, and she wasn't as difficult because of the fact her hair was just supposed to be wet. Therefore, physics really weren't an issue because the hair was just like wet and heavy. So I'm like, okay, well, that's not difficult at all. But yeah, there are some pieces that I've had where I've just been like, how in the hell does this even work? And you'll get that a lot with anime because anime hair is crazy. Depending on the art style, depending on, the character, hair sometimes just doesn't even make legitimate sense. Okay, these glasses were kind of crooked, but that's okay. They don't need to be perfect. They just need to be something. Sorry. Don't ask me how that song got stuck in my head, but it did. Okay. Let's try something more along the lines of this. Like, let me try bring that in just a little bit more like that. Or again, it could just be perspective that's throwing me off. And it's a high possibility that it is perspective that's throwing me off. And again, I've seen art pieces where people have not drawn something correctly. So, it's not like it's not something that happens. Even professional shit. I've seen big mistakes. Like, actual, like, very noticeable mistakes. But we're only human. Okay. And like I've said before, I prefer to put in some impurities because it shows it was made by a human, not a fucking robot. Okay, I gotta get that correct. Something like that. God, that angle's always so tricky. Nope, that's sloppy. Hello, Suzuka 67. Nope. Very important I get this part correct, because otherwise it will look off. Okay. Now the eyelash, which is going to be really hard to tell through the hair. Okay. It all depends on when I, like, erase everything. That's where it's going to depend on how it looks. Okay, let's do the book next. Still a lot of connection points. Can't see his spine, right? No. Alrighty. Down this way. No. Okay. Okay. Pages. Like, this character is literally me back in school. Like, you would usually find me in a corner reading a book, and I'd be like, okay, guys, yeah, don't bother me. I'm just reading. Mind my own business. Leave me alone. Like, I was straight up a Twilight Sparkle. Not entirely a Twilight Sparkle, but I was a Twilight Sparkle. Because, well, I had trust issues. I had heavy trust issues. Okay, now this goddamn hat. That's why I don't do hats very often. There we go. Oh, okay. It's my first time ever actually trying a witch's hat, too. So, it's very interesting that I actually did pretty well. It's not like drawing like a cap hat or anything like that. It's totally different. Like I've drawn like, you know, like just regular hats, like, you know, like a baseball cap kind of hat. I've definitely drawn those before. Like, hats are definitely not something I do very often. And if I do, it's usually because it's part of the original piece, or like a reference or something. Like, if someone asks me to draw their character and they wear a hat, I have to include the hat. So, yep. Probably not going to be perfect, but that's okay. Like I said, I like to include imperfections to prove I'm not a robot that drew this. Okay, that's off. Let's try. It's like a very sombrero-ish kind of shape, except the middle point of it is actually like more pointed and more like a almost kind of like a pumpkin spine, or not pumpkin spine, a like a pumpkin stem. That's what I meant to say. See if I can get this a little cleaner. Very important that I do this right. There we go. Okay. Okay. That needs to be more symmetrical. Oh god. My favorite word. It's another reason why I don't draw hats, because the rims need to be symmetrical to one another. Anything like diamonds, stars, anything like that. No thank you. Okay. Okay. Is that more the correct angle? Or is it just this down here? Maybe it's just this down here. That's throwing me off a little bit. Let me try and do that. Kind of line that up just a little better. That's alright. Back up this a little bit. Okay. That's definitely not right, but yeah, this needs to go more like the other side. It needs to go more like that, because it's turning. Oh. I am now looking forward to redrawing all these star things hanging from her hat. Oh. Okay, let's see. Am I in a good spot? What is that? Alright, now it's time to draw these star decoration things on her hat. I could technically cheat here. Like, just copy and paste the hell out of it, but it's kind of not the right way to do it. So I'll just draw them. It's no big deal. Kind of looks like a spider. Definitely does kind of look like a spider. Nope, nope, nope. More like that. And it's such a subtle little detail. So it's not really seeable if I make a little oopsie. but I just kind of want to make it the best it can be. Okay. One of the many that we're going to be redrawing. Oh boy. Come on. Like, I don't know what I was going for with the emblem. I was just kind of going for something pointy and cool. Like, just pointy and cool looking. Kind of looks like a star, in a way. I guess you could say his character is slightly inspired by Mona, because she is one of my favorite Genshin Impact. She was like my first Genshin Impact, like I really want this character on my account. Took freaking, like, 3 years to get her finally. Right at the point when I didn't even want to play the game anymore. Oh god, no. Okay, just gonna... Like I said, it's not a big deal if I fuck up, but I think I drew that way too big. So let me try that. It's hard to really tell. There we go. Okay. Actually, hang on. I don't want to leave that like all blobby like that. I want to kind of leave some room so I can color in some stuff. Nope. Holy shit. So much detail. Maybe it'd be better to do something like that. Nope, I keep drawing that too flat. There we go. Like I said earlier, do not ask what the symbol is supposed to represent. I have no clue. I just know it's pointy, it's cool, it's interesting enough. So, yeah. That's kind of the thing with a lot of emblems. So I think that's what it's supposed to be, as an emblem. Oh my god, so many more to go. So many triangles! Nope, that's not right. Oh my god. There we go. Finally. Probably saying, then why did you make so many? Well, because it was cool for her design. So I torture myself for no particular reason except to cry. Okay, better. Okay, let's connect that. I can see that's disconnected. see that as well. Nope. Nope. Yeah, that matches. Gonna have nightmares about diamonds and triangles. No, don't make me draw another one, please. I don't want to redraw that shit. Leave me alone. There we go. Nope. Nope. Why do I always draw that one too small? Because I suck at symmetrical anything. Anything with symmetry to it. I struggle with so bad. I don't know why. But I'm sure I'm not the only one. Nope, that's off. I can tell that's off. Kind of looks like the sun, but not the sun at the same time. You know, I don't know what it's supposed to be. It's just meant to be a cool design. It's just meant to be a cool little aspect to her design. Kind of like a lot of anime character designs. There's things on them and you're like, what does this mean? Then they never explain it. Unless you look it up on like some sort of website or something. Or look deeper into the law. Like one character that I can think of immediately that there's like things on them that make no sense to me, but they probably make sense in like a lore sense, is honestly one of my favorite characters of all time, Ganyu. The little knot things, like the knot things, I don't understand what those are supposed to be. And more importantly, what the hell is up with her ponytail? I love my Coco Goat, but seriously, the ponytail makes no sense. Oh my god. Diamond, why? The ponytail has like no connection point whatsoever for like the hair tie. That's what I mean. It has no hair tie connection point. So yeah, that's why I just draw her with like straight hair. Though I have attempted her actual hairstyle. And it's actually pretty tricky. Because it's like basically it's a short like curl kind of style. Like short hair with curls on the side. And like once it just kind of go down to the neck area. Like I don't know what you would even call it. Like I said, I'm not like a huge character design like expert at all. So I couldn't tell you. I just draw characters because because fun and yeah. What the heck happened there? Oh, I see what happened there. I forgot to erase that line. Whoops. Well, that's what this part of the part of the process is for. There we go. Okay, then we connect that to there. Okay, now the top part. Get that a little more clean. The Wicked Witch's hat. I don't like that line. That one is fucking sloppy. No. Go away. Oh my God. There we go. Oh, we have to draw one more star. But I'm going to definitely make that star a lot more better because that one's way off. Yep, there we go. No, that's off. Like that. Eraser, please. Thank you. Welcome back, Nick. All right, let's see. See if I can make this star a little bit more, accurate. I can already tell it's off. That's the thing with, like, stars and shit. Like, stars are definitely not one of my, like, tops. They are so tricky. Curve it just a little more. Something like that. No, that looks like shit. Ah, gotta hate asymmetrical, or not asymmetrical, symmetrical shapes. I hate them so much. And I think that's because I don't bring this in close enough. No. No. Close enough. Stars. Blah. I hate them. Definitely not going to be perfect, but whatever. It's pretty close, I would say. Pretty close. Yeah, pretty close. Okay, now the big star. Or whatever this pendant thing is supposed to be. Oops, off a little bit. That's pretty close. I'd say that's pretty close. Alright, now the ears. Which, given how Umamasume work, there has to be holes for those ears. So we need to give us some little ear holes. So she can hear. Mm-mm. Yeah, that's about the right size, I'd say, for the ears. Okay, I believe we got everything. Besides that one finger. That one finger is driving me crazy. This one. Let's try something like that. Maybe just do something like that. Okay. Now the fun part. Or, I should say the stressful part. Because now we take all the layers behind off and pray everything looks great. Size book. Okay. Besides the background layered. Oh, I was going to do that. Okay, let's see. There's no connection point right there. Oh, I see what I did. First place I checked, the eyes. Just double check one more layer. Yep. Okay. Where is that layer? There it is. Okay, now we've actually got some eyes. Oh, whoops. I missed another thing. Where is it? Where is it? Eyelashes, eyelashes. There it is. It's the ones on the side. Alright, now she's got eyelashes. Right. Let's take a look. Ears are good. Is that connected? Kind of. That is a little off. Yeah, that came out way further than that. Here, the curvature's off on that. Yeah, it's more like that. There we go. I'd say she's clear. Okay, the finger doesn't look as bad as I thought it would. It just doesn't look right. Oh well. I guess that could be poignant of her saying "f you" with her middle finger. Sure, why not? Alright, now the fun part. Re-adding everything. Okay, let's see. Still the right layer? Yes. So let's reconnect that line. It's a very easy thing to do. And then I think we're pretty clear. Alright. I think we just start adding colors. Okay, where is the flesh? That's what I want to do first. So this is where we just start adding like new color layers. If I can find it. No. Okay. So now we just slowly we just slowly fill in the gaps. Now we are to the coloring stage. Coloring, shading, yada yada yada. Okay. Sure, get everything. No. Damn it. No. What is that? Hang on, guys. Okay, it's not part of the main sketch line. Okay, then that's got to be something to do with, like, the background. Yep. Probably caused from when I have to move around the screen with my fingers. Because unless you have palm control on, well, you can get little accidental splotches on your screen. Okay. Underneath the glasses. Anywhere else I'm missing? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Okay, hang on. Let me go back to here for just a second. Okay, that would go That's correct. I'm overthinking it. Okay. So that's all the skin that I can see. Nope, at the bottom. I could technically just color that in as a darker shade because it would be shaded, but this isn't how I do things. Okay. Anything else? Hello, Confused Maniac? Besides the book and the pen and all that stuff. Okay, let's get the gold, like, colors first. That... Oh, for the love of... I know, I remember you. Oh, I see one thing that shouldn't be there, and I think that's part of the background. Is that part of the background? Yes, it is. Eh, it happens. Okay. Anything else that needs to be golden color? Oh, her rings. Okay. Let's get these pendants. Probably have to do that one by hand. Let's go for a darker shade. Okay, now the one on her chest. Just like, it's like that one thing in Minecraft, the nether realm or whatever it's called. I don't play Minecraft, so I wouldn't know. Whoops. Okay. Okay. Okay, then there's the book and the fingernails. So let's do the fingernails first, they're the easiest. Okay. Then the book. So the book is just a simple green. Oops. To the pages, which would be kind of grayish. There is a very, very subtle difference there. It's very, very subtle, but it's there. Okay. Feel like that's everything? Oh, the glasses. Whoops, forgot about the glasses. Oops. Okay. Think we got everything. Okay, get rid of that. Alright, next, the hair. It should be pretty straightforward. So you got to be a little careful here. See a little line it didn't connect. So actually, I fixed that real quick. Yeah, I didn't connect this. Oops. There we go. Okay, get this color again. Go back to the hair. Okay, let's fill in these like ends so that we don't forget about these. Tail. Okay. Getting the front colors first, like where the light would hit it, rather than focusing on the ones in the back, which would be a darker shade of color, because it would be shaded. Nope. Keep it within the lines. That looks off, but I believe it's just because of the fact of how the eye would shape right there, and that's why it's throwing me off. So I actually need to go back to here for a minute. Let me see if I feel that with that color, if that looks right. Yes, there we go. Okay, now that issue's fixed. Oop, I see a little spot I missed. Look at that while I'm still at it. Otherwise I will forget. Right there. Get this color again. Back to here. Okay. Alright, so now what we need to do is we need to go to that darker shade. This, nope, not that. So get that color. Slowly fill it in. So now if you're wondering why I didn't touch that, that's why. Because it's in the back where it would be shaded a little bit. Okay, now I need to get this again. That's hair too. Okay. Same with back there. Okay. Now what I need to do is I need to go, don't think I got it, missed anything. Oh, I did miss something. So I did color this. But did I color it the different color, or did I color it... I colored it dark, okay. So in that case, back here, get that, and then do that as well. Okay. Okay. There's just a lot of lines right now. I need to really be careful where I pick and choose here. Okay, so the hair's done. Next is the eyes, I think. Yep, the eyes. Which always seems to be the easiest thing. Do not quote me on that, because I don't know if it is or not. Okay. Give it that. And this is the glasses, right? Yes. So that can actually stay the same. I'm going to actually name that, though, so I don't forget about this. Glasses. Color. Yeah, that's pretty safe. Alright, now to the hat and all that. The heck? Oh. Okay. Standard purple. Oh, oops. There. Okay, then the sleeves. The under sleeves is what I should say. Okay. Believe that's... Is that all at the top? Yep, it is. Okay. Okay. There's our top. Now the bottom. Which is just a lighter shade of purple. Pretty straightforward. Not missing any spots, am I? I don't think so. Definitely gives more of a witchy vibe, but that's okay. Okay, let's do the main belt. Then after this, I think I need to eat something. Okay, now the golds. That's... Just fill in the blanks manually. Hold again. It's a very, 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 very subtle. So it's not really that big of a deal to get that perfect. I don't recommend you half-assing anything, but yeah, it's still... Okay, so that's that. Okay, now the hat. Okay. Well, let's do the underside first. Oh, see a spot I missed on the hair. Okay, don't let me forget about that. Alright, now I gotta go back to the hair for just a second so I can get this filled in. Okay. Okay. Let's do the upside now. The rim is the same color, right? Or is it darker? It looks like it was the same color as strap. Okay. So it's not the same color. Okay, let's fit these nuts and crannies. Okay. Or was it just a darker shade? Maybe it's just a darker shade. Interesting. Guess we'll find out in a minute. Oh, see, it's seeping a little into that. Okay. Let's see. The pendant next, I guess. Well. Okay. Darker gold for these ones, almost like a bronze. don't know. Something's on that's giving it that little speck right there. There it is. The thing is, that can happen very, very freaking easily. Like, very easily. Okay. Get this color again. Go back to the hat real quick. That one. These little nooks. Something like that, yeah. Okay. Now the outside. Okay. Next, the ears. This is one where I need to actually just do it by hand because it's too small. See that little speck that got through? Okay. Get that. Nope, 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 nope. Easy. Phone, why are we going into dead mode? Please don't do that. Oh, I know why. I know why. Okay. Yeah, I think the rim is just a darker shade of this. Probably gonna have to do this by hand. And given this has happened twice now, I'm definitely going to do I'm definitely going to do two colors for the two-tone thing when we get there, which will be pretty soon. It's happened twice now. Alright. Star, just a pretty standard gold. Okay. Now the colors for these. So I'm going to do this one step at a time. Color in all like the diamond part first. Just so this goes a shit ton more faster. I'm getting hungry. that's not one. Oh, forget about these little ones that go across her face. Okay. Now the dark gold color for the outside. Alright. Okay, I can see some gaps, but that's okay. Those are expected. I'll come back to that after I'm finished with all these. Ooh. Okay. Looks a little janky, but that's alright. It's a very, very minor detail, so you won't be able to, so you won't see it much. Again, you gotta look from the viewer, or perspective. You gotta look from the spectator's point of view, which is this. So, that detail is very, very mild. And I've learned not to really stress over shit like that. Because if I do, yeah, it's not going to be a fun time. Yeah, definitely got some hair color gaps to fill, but that's okay. That is okay. That's not that big of a deal. Hmm. Oh, for fuck's sake. So I'm not talking much, guys. It's just I need to put my focus. Right now I'm just trying to get these colored so I can maybe eat something because I'm hungry. It is that time, so makes sense. It's about my usual eating time. Okay. Now I just need to fill in these little gaps right here, otherwise it will bug me. Oh, this little spot. Don't see anything else that's really noteworthy. Oh, shoes. We're missing the shoes, but that'll take 5 seconds. Okay, I think the hat is all finished, so we can just delete the hat. Okay, now the shoes. You get the color first. Just like that. Oh. Okay. Okay. Then get this gray. Hint of gray. Okay. As far as I can tell, she's pretty well colored. That's her ear, yeah. I'm looking to see if there's any other disconnections that I can see. There shouldn't be, but God, you never know. The background should be untouched. I haven't done anything to the background, so set those background colors again. Can't help but feel it. I cannot help but feel that. Oh, that backing color is so bad. And it's probably because there needs to be like something to give perspective, like something like that. Like there's a little corner right there, which that wouldn't be too bad of a fix. It's just annoying. That would be too bad. So let's just do that right now. So that'd be about right there. Nope. I need to use a very specific tool for this one. Okay, maybe not like that. No, because I'd have to add perspective too. I hate library backgrounds. I hate library backgrounds. I hate library backgrounds. Okay. Well, I'm going to leave it at that. Well, not leave it, but I'm going to just do that, and now I'm going to take a break because I need one. Just let me get some of these out of the way real quick. Some of these cutoff points. Yeah, let's get the ones with like the brown first. Yeah, you can't see those little cracks right there. Definitely not my best background, but hey, it is what it is. I think that's these ones. Yep. way. I'm only going to get the ones that are very noticeable. And honestly, I'm not really seeing many that are noticeable. It's just good to get, like, some of the things, because it's just professionalism. Like, it just shows that you actually put, care into your piece. Okay, books. Okay, I don't know how the hell I missed those earlier, but then again, I wasn't fully awake yet. Yeah, I'm not going to worry too much about the little nooks and crannies. Those are very, very mild. They're not really that big of a deal. That is noticeable, though, so let me get those out of the way real quick. Actually, that's not on this side. It's this on this side. Hey, Money Christmas. I'm just looking for any gaps, noticeable, like, little nooks that got missed, like right there. No. I know nobody's going to be looking like this close, but it bugs me. So, I'm just getting this stuff. Okay, that's part of the clothing. Whoa. Oh, for the love of... There we go. Definitely does not need to be perfect, but yeah, just getting these little spots are really important to me. To me. Keyword. I'd say that's safe. I'd say that's safe. Just taking a look to make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, that's noticeable. Let me get that out of there. Really? Just switch the damn layer, please. That's not noticeable. Okay. I think she's safe enough for now. Weirdly enough, I kind of made her a little less, like, stern looking and more, like, how do I explain that? Like, simply like, what? Like, what's your problem? Like, it definitely sells what she's supposed to be, but yeah, it definitely changed. And that's the things that can happen. Alright, guys. I need something to eat, so I'm going to be back. We're going to take a break. So while I'm at it, I'm actually just going to do something like this. There you go. lunch. Totally screwed this up, but whatever. I don't like anything that falls out. Really? Okay. Just eating something, guys. I don't think I've even taken my, I haven't. I have not. Oh, then I need to get that in me now. While I'm at it. Good time to do it as well because I'm eating something. Alright. Apparently there's another moderator in the chat time. Okay. Really? Okay. It's always good to have a food break in between because it helps. Take your mind away, take your mind off it for just a minute, and just allow yourself some time to have some food, recuperate. My friend, go. Almost done, guys. Okay. Okay. Let's see. So I think with in terms of lighting, the light would come from this direction. Let me get that out of the way. Because the idea of what time of day this is, I mean, she's in a building, so the excuse me, the light source. I mean, to look up some references for this. It's been a while since I've been in the library. Girl standing in a library. It all depends on the lighting, honestly. Like where the light source is coming from and all that stuff, which would be like windows. And the window light would be coming from the opposite side. So yeah, there would be mostly light on her that'd be her left side technically. Oh, I don't know. The lighting here is going to be kind of tricky because of the fact we're inside a building. But the light would definitely come from, like, let's just get like a mimic of a light. Let's just get mimic light. Like for the light, it would work like something like that. Like it would come from that side. So the shadow would be cast mostly on her on well, not that side. On this side. I'm on the wrong thing. On this, Jesus Christ. On like this side. This side. Jesus Christ. Okay, so let's figure out where we're actually going. So we have to be on top of all the, we have to be on top of all the color layers. So we'd be right here. So this is where things are going to get tricky. So we're going to go two-tone. Skin. And for the skin, we're probably going to go for like a pink shade. So that would all be pink because of the fact that it's underneath. So now we begin the process of the two-tone shading, which this is going to be interesting, considering I'm still new to this. I mean, I'm picking up on it pretty fast, but... So yeah, we just need to determine where the light is hitting and where the light is not hitting, which can be tricky. Why are you wiggling so bad? And the way that I found that it's the best to do this is to go something along the lines of like something like that. I don't know. But basically what we're doing is we're just filling in every gap. And the pink represents shadow. The pink represents the shadow, while the light represents the opposite. So what we just need to figure out is how the light works here. So what I'm going to start by doing is I'm just going to just kind of start something. Like I'm just going to work around something. So I'm just going to kind of go down the middle. Follow the curvature of the body. Like this is an experimentation process. The only reason, and I'm doing this for just the skin, because well, we've got a multitude of different colors here, so it's most likely that she's going to be colored a lot of different shades for the two-tone. You guys will understand once I get there what I'm doing. Right now, I'm just trying to figure things out. In fact, the easiest way would actually be to just go something along the lines of what I did last time. Because the thing that's the trickiest for me is like just following the curves of the body. Following the curves of the body, that's the trickiest part. Because you gotta think of how the body actually like curves and all that. Well, there's definitely shadow under there. There always is shadow underneath the chin. we're just going to put shadows where I know they're going to be, like right here. This is a tricky process, so it's going to take me a minute to do this. Okay, how does the hair actually, like, play here? I think it rests against her face, and then it comes down like this. And out. Because it covers the majority of her face. And for this side, we're just focusing on the skin. Because, well, you'll understand when we get there. Two-tone is kind of a tricky one to work with. It's very important you get the shadows correct. Essentially what this whole process is just a learning process. But I've done it quite a few times now, so I should know where some shadows go. So it's just right there. Of course, in the forbidden area, there's always going to be shadow. Right there. Okay, I'm drawing that as if it's not connected. What I need to do is go something like this. Okay. Because there's natural shadows cast everywhere. Just a matter of figuring it out where they all are. Such as those. Alright, that looks like it's accomplishing the kind of effect that I want. I feel like this needs to be over a bit more, though. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, I think we got the majority of what we want for the skin. Now I just need for everything else, like the hair. So for the hair, ooh, that's actually gonna be tricky. So for a darker shade of orange, let's go. No. What did I do? Oh, for the two-tone. If I can hair. So what would make orange dark? Probably a red, right? Kind of makes sense. I don't know. Let's just try it. Like a red. Like a dark red. Something like that. But with a hat on, her hair might just legitimately be dark. To an extent. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of go like this. Again, I can always fuck around with it later. It's no big deal. Yeah, it looks like she's got a different color of hair. Yeah. No. So for the hair, it would be shaded by the majority of the hat, honestly. So I would feel like there'd be a cutoff point, like right here somewhere. Why am I on airbrush? I'm not on airbrush. Why does my eraser suck so bad? I don't know. But I feel like it's got to be something like that. Like, it cuts off, like, somewhere, like, right there. Like, I do think that is a thing, because of how shadows work in general. I just gotta get it all out. The only way to really find out about this is if you just experiment. And that's literally what I'm doing right now. I'm just trying to figure out where everything goes. How everything forms. Okay. Already liking how it's looking. But really, it's when I start adding, when I start taking the opacity down, that it's really going to matter. With some little hints of light, of course. Because light would hit this side. Like right there on the bang, it would hit. Right there, it would hit. But if you're seeing what I'm doing, basically I'm creating a shadow and a light. That's basically what I'm doing. Determining on where everything strikes and what gets hit by light, what doesn't get hit by light, blah, 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 blah. The whole 9 yards. Okay, fine. You have got to move. I actually don't think that would be a thing. And let's just try it. Let's just try it, see what happens. Okay, definitely want to be up there. Like, up here, it'd be dead shadow. That's really the determining... Then that's really the determining factor. There'd definitely be a shadow there. Yeah, more like that. I don't even know if red's going to be a working color yet. I'm just kind of spitballing a little bit. But that's basically the idea we're going for. Okay, there'd be some right there, because that arm casts a shadow. Right there. Maybe not that extent, but pretty close. You'll be able to see the shadow then. Okay, let's get rid of this one. There's my friend. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know if that's a thing yet. Alright, let's see. So the underside of the tail would have a darkness to it. The curvature of it. No. Okay. I don't know if red works, but we're gonna try. Does that give an amplification of a shadow? Not really. It needs to be darker, actually. But that's okay. We can fix this, no problem. It's almost the right shade right there. Like, dead ass, almost the right shade. But not exactly. For this one, be something like that. Okay, then the shadow would actually follow the... Then that color would actually follow the hat shadow as well. See what I mean? This is a work in progress. Like, this is something that just takes a little bit of experimentation to figure out. How's this shadow? I think it's more curved than that. Yeah, something along those lines. Yeah, more something like that. Because of the hat. I mean, I've never wore a witch's hat, so I couldn't tell you if that's correct or not. I don't think the hair is the right shade that I need it to be. I think it needs to be a different color. So let's try something more like a... How about gray? Let's just see what a gray does. Okay. Nope. Needs to be a different color. Keep in mind, I'm new to this, so I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just kind of... Yellow would create more of a hue. Or not a hue, but the thing. It would create more of like a highlight than a shadow. It's got to be red. Does pink actually work? Let me see what pink does. No, it creates something weird, honestly. Purple. Would a purple work? Oh, hang on. That could be something. Just trying to figure out what the best color is. So purple works for red. That's such a weird culmination. Let's actually match. No, that's way too poignant. It does do something, but I think it's a little too dark. Let's try a lighter shade. Nope, that creates more of like a light tone. Almost. I think the purple was the best option, honestly. Like oranges, reds, pinks. Like this felt like the best color for her. Like the best color scheme. Because it kind of creates the idea that I'm looking for. No clue if it's actually correct, but hey. That's mainly because the shadow is not complete. So we need to complete the shadow. Alright, so Now this is for the cloves. I forgot to got to add the two-tone. Two-tone cloves. So the cloves are a dark color. So we honestly probably, would a black really work here? Like, would a black actually be the right color to go for? Let's see. Why are we being a persistent bitch? Let's go black. We're just experimenting, guys. Just experimenting. That does look like it's going to the right area, though. Nope. I feel like it goes a little bit more severe on the hat, though. Like more like that. No, 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 no. Okay, let's see what happens. Well, that's definitely not right. Actually, wouldn't the entire underside of the head be dark? I believe it would be. Or I could just be mistaken that. Okay, it's the right idea, but not the right color. One, the ear's fine, but the underside can just be a regular, like, darker color and be fine. So something like that works just fine for the two-tone. Okay. I should actually put this as the hat because that's only for the hat. I don't know if black will work for the cloves. I guess we'll try. Excuse me. Let's go 2.5. with the shadow. Just an experimental process, guys. Just an experimental process. Isn't so strong right there? Huh. Black actually does work well. Okay. Black actually works very well here. Okay. So when it comes down like that, probably goes more like that. Just trying to figure this out. That's the tricky part. Oh, I see what happened there. Because this needs to be darkened. Okay, the textures down here are definitely not right. But that's why we're doing this. We're just trying to get a sense of what the shadow should look like. Like, get those little nuances out of the way and then work on the big boys. In fact, probably the easier way to do this is to add the shadows where they actually need to be. So there'd be one under there for sure. Probably of none of that magnitude, but definitely would be an implication of a little bit of a shadow right there. No, 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 no. Same there. Okay. Let's see if we turn down the opacity on that. What that might look like. That can work. But one thing I do need to do is like erase this. The eyes. Okay, it's not looking too bad. Okay, I see a spot that I missed though. So what I need to do is I need to go back to full on that one. Get this color again. No, 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 no. Why are you being like this? Okay, but now my pens just want to be a dick for some reason. Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. Loves to do that just randomly when it wants to. Thumb. Okay. Now let's shape this correctly. There we go. Maybe a little bit more shadow right here. Okay, I know what I need to do here. Need to shape that to the actual shape of the hair because the hair would create the shadow. There, now I can see a little better. Yeah, more like that. It's another thing I need to turn that off on. The glasses, because the glasses wouldn't be affected by it. But that's the idea. Okay, this green is a little too... light, so let's darken it up a little bit. Same with the colors on top. There we go. All right. Think we're getting somewhere. The only thing I don't have right now is I just don't have a shadow underneath her, so it just looks off. Not to mention I'm still missing some shadow areas, so I also need to fix those. Okay, let's go up here. Get this color again. And one step at a time, we're going to add shadows where they need to be added. I don't know what percentage I was at before. Okay. Excuse me. Let's see. Just checking everything. I think she's pretty good on the two-tone stuff. Now we just need to actually add some actual shadows. I want to put that underneath that layer. Oh, I see what's kind of gonna happen here. Something like that. So not curved in. Okay, really. Like that one. Okay, now lower the opacity on those. Let's change color on them all together. It doesn't feel like that's the right color. Okay. I feel like I can move on to just, I don't know, really. Oh. I think it's the lighting that's throwing me off. Like, the lighting is 100% throwing me off. Like, if I were to put, like, just something for reference. Like, let's just go something like... Like if I did like a shadow line, it just covered everything. The fuck? Again, guys, experimentation. Nothing legitimate. Oh god, her eye. But yeah, if I were to do something like that, basically. That's too dark, but that does help. Yeah, it's way too dark. Just experimenting, guys. Okay, maybe not that much shadow, but you get the idea. Like if I match up with the environment, it does kind of help to determine things. But I did see this little thing. Just trying to decide what the next thing is to do. Well, I guess we just start adding some things to the hair, I guess. Can't even see that. Yeah, excuse me. Ugh. That is a good highlight for the hair. Yeah, let's go something like that. If that shade don't work, then I can always just add in another one. Oh, I kind of like the yellow better. Actually, let me just do this first. Did I forget to turn the thing back on? Yep. I missed a spot. Or two. Because that'd be casted in the shadow. Okay, I feel like the one on the tail's a little too strong. I feel like I need to change this color. So instead of that color, it needs to be something a little bit more dark. Okay, not that dark. Yeah, more along those lines. Okay. Whoops. Okay, so what I need to do now is probably add some details to the hat. Okay. Now what I need to do is I need to get this color, go darker, hairbrush. It goes something along the lines of that. We're getting somewhere. That's clothing. Mm-mm. Okay. No. Is this more what I'm looking for? It's really down to the lighting. Okay. Well, for one thing, let's go here. Blur these. Just so it looks a little bit more natural. And maybe not so much on the dress. Can't see on that one. Now the lighting. Now we're adding a light source. Don't worry, I'm very much aware that I'm still not even close to done. Nope, we've still got a long way to go. Okay. Okay. Let's see, one issue with this, and that's the bleh. And that's that the lighting doesn't match up on the outside of like these things. So it's actually better to go. So I need a lighter brown. Yeah, like that. There we go. Turn that back up. Okay, let's actually get this aligned. Oh my god. Not gonna lie, running out of ideas. My brain's getting tired. Okay, now we're definitely looking more right. That should be darker. Okay. Now, let's blur it and see what happens. Okay, now the environment's starting to look more realistic. Okay. Now, I think we're just down to lighting. Whoops. That would have a okay. I need to do that again. Shit. Oh, shit. Oh. Okay. Dress. Bigger than that. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I was like, there's something not right here. What is it? Apparently that's what it was. Just gonna have to stay that way then. Okay. Okay, same ordeal here. Oh. There we go. Okay. Let's see if I do something like that. Light is a tricky beast to get correct. Yeah, that gets message across. Okay. These things are always so tricky to get correct. Nope, no. No, that's more of a white. Okay. That's probably gonna have to take the ones with the single brush. Yep. I've actually got to figure out where that casts. Yeah, about right there, I'd say. Okay, now she's starting to come to life. Oh. Hmm. Do you see a little shadow I missed? Shit. Okay, looks like I'm just gonna have to. Whoops. Do something like this. Yep. Okay. Sorry, guys. Gotta get something off my screen. Okay, now. God, these fingers look terrible, but whatever. Somewhere around those areas. No, that'd be more along the spine, wouldn't it? Okay. Back to this color real quick. Mm-mm. Okay. Okay. Now I gotta do something about this bottom. So let's go here. actually going to be kind of tricky. What in the hell happened there? Let's just do something like this. Okay, that's definitely not right. Actually, before I do that, why was I putting it on that track? I need to put it on this track so it doesn't erase the floor. Something like that. Okay. Yeah, but it looks like her shoes are just kind of chilling outside of her dress, so that's not correct. Okay, I think I know how to fix that. Shit. Two-tone skin. Get those darker. Okay, now the... Mm. Okay, now the black. Oh, it's under 27%, that's why. Make a new one, apparently. Okay, so that'd be like a gray. Dark gray. Damn it. Okay, it still looks off though. Kind of looks like her dress is dragging in the back. And I think I know what's going on here. I think it's because this color, which is on this track right here, needs to not directly connect. Needs to have more curve to it. Like that. Yeah, I kind of want physics for the dress. So maybe that's actually a cool effect. I mean, yeah, that actually looks pretty neat. Man, just adding that shadow alone was fucking huge for it. Alright. I think we're almost done. Now we just need to kind of make the environment a little bit more something. Alright. So, to do that, we gotta go all the way up here. Add a new layer. Go to black. And then just kind of go to the airbrush and go to a high one. Just kind of. Okay, we don't want a shit ton of darkness. Man, she's a dark dweller, isn't she? Actually, hang on. I think I got a cooler idea. Whoops, not that. Cooler. Is that even a word? I don't know. Is it? Look, let me try. Like what I did with the lighting. Need to make the brush bigger because for some reason Ibis can't be. Okay, I understand why you're doing it now. Right there. Like, that's a kind of idea that I have. Then just kind of, not that, then just kind of, like, blur it out. And turn the opacity down. Like, that's an idea that I do have because for some reason, the brush tool in Ibis does not like to behave. Okay. We need a different shape if we're going to do something like that. Because it just doesn't look dark enough to me. It doesn't look dark enough. It looks too light on this side. Let me try and just change this color. But I think I've got something going with the idea. Yeah, see, like something like that. Even that looks too dark. So let's light her up just a little bit more. No. Lighter gray. Yeah, something more like that. Okay. That's not too shabby. That's not too shabby. Okay, now we just do the thing at the ground. I need this color. Turn that down. Airbrush. A little lower than that. Is that behind her or on top of her? It's behind. Okay. That legitimately confused me for a second. Okay. God, I really do not want to have to shade all those damn bugs. Guess I'm gonna have to. Okay, grab that. Put that on top of that. Lower this. Okay, which way would that be facing? Shadow would be going... Okay, light would hit there first, and light... yeah, so shadow would hit here first. Trying to make sense of the physics. Yeah, these just look too stale to me. They don't look right. We're just gonna go one color at a time. It's a very, very, very subtle, like, effect, but it's an effect. Don't worry, we'll add the colors for, like, or the, not the colors, we'll add, like, the shadow for the hat and all that later. For now, we're just getting the main stuff out of the way. Okay. Let's get the blue ones out of the way. Very, very subtle, but... Okay, that one can't really be touched, so I'm just gonna have to do this. Okay, I don't see any more. Alright, let's go, the green next. Yep. Did I accidentally change color? And all I'm doing here is just adding a little bit of shadow to the edge. That's all I'm doing. Not really attuned to doing backgrounds like these, so yeah, this is just as new to me as it is anybody else. Okay, that one's gone. Those are all in the light. Okay, what's the color I'm missing? The purples. There's a reason I'm not doing the ones in the light. That's because the light extinguishes the shadow. Okay, get that in the right spot next time. Okay. go. Can't believe that was all of them. Oh, I think I missed a red one. Yeah, I missed a red one. Oh well, it's expected. I'll go back and get it. I missed a green too, god damn. Okay, no, there's not very many black ones. I was bound to miss some. No one's gotten, no one's gotten. Okay, the red one was down here. Let me go one shelf at a time here. Just to make sure I don't have to back up anymore. Nope, there's one. That one's gotten, that one's gotten, that one's gotten. Okay. Oops, nope, not that. I think I know what the problem is for this back, because it looks too flat to me. I know exactly what the issue is. So, is that underneath? Can I do the cheat? Could I just go? Add like a shadow corner. Okay, well, not that thick. Does need to be a shadow up top. Okay. Of a darker color. Actually, that. Just go like this. Let's see if this might add the effect that I'm looking for. Why is it going down? Okay, it looks like I'm gonna have to do it the hard way. Okay, definitely not doing it at that fucking pace. I think that's a little too dark, so I can probably lower the color of that a little bit. Or maybe all I have to do is just something like go like brush. Like something like that. Just to imply there's a shadow there. That seems to fit the bill. That seems to fit the bill. Okay, thank God. I didn't want to do all that all by myself. That I did not want to do all that. Yeah, that gives this shelf a lot more like life, I guess you could say. Like I didn't want to go full blast with the freaking background because it's not the main focus. Oh shit, her eyes. Okay, I don't think there's any other like white area for her. Okay, guys, I think we're almost done. I think we're almost done. One thing I'm curious about. Because that would reflect light. Okay, that should work. Okay, then the only thing I have really that I think I need to do is just add some glare to her glasses. Okay. I'll just kind of blur it out, I guess. She reminds me of a Fire Emblem character, but I cannot remember her name. Fire Emblem Awakening, I don't remember her name, but she looks very, very similar to this chick. And that was not intended, by the way. It was all an accident. But that's what she reminds me of, that one witch lady. She's right at the beginning of the game. I think she's a spellcaster, witch's hat, short red hair, glasses, I think green eyes. It's been a long fucking time. But she's a witch. Not a witch. She's more of a mage, is what I should say. I want to say her name's like. I want to. It's something like easy. I want to say it's something easy, like Arabelle or something like that. Maybe I'm thinking of another franchise. I don't know. Okay, her eyes. That was where I was going. Her eyes. So let's just make a new layer for that. All right. So for the eyes, I usually just go something like, not that, but I go something along the lines of this, and then just kind of like tap, 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 tap. Why isn't that working? Wait. Oh, I see. That legitimately confused me. Like, just a few taps. Just to imply that there's a little reflection, a little bit of reflection in her eye. Just like I'm going to do with her eye too, as well. So where's her eye color? Would be right. There's the hair. There's the eye color. Go yellowish, like green. Get this on a regular 2.0. Just kind of add a little streak in there. Oh, see a little spot I missed? The lighting. About right there, I'd say. That'll look right. I go 1.5. Be just right on the edge of the fingernail. Maybe at max that. Okay, I think there's still something off. And I think I know what it is. There needs to be shadow up here. That's just not how physics work. Or physics, you know what I mean. Just a tiny little bit of a shadow up here. Just to kind of imply that she's in the dark. Yeah, like that. Just a little bit down like that. Oh, see something. I think I know what that is. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Right there. Overlapping. I think there's one thing I want to add to her glasses as well. I believe that was right here. Considering it seems to be a little trope in anime. Let me see if I can. I'm curious if I can do something like this. This might be going against my... But this is technically how light should work. Because you start from one source that's light, that's strong, and then it builds gradually higher. Yeah, I feel like that's more correct. Let me just see if this might work. Or if this is just something that I don't even need to do. I don't even need to do that. You can't even see it. Okay, I think she's done. I don't think there's anything else I can add to her that's really worthwhile besides my signature. So, let's do her. I guess we could go for a pink or something. Because why not? Okay, needs to be darker. Bigger. Yeah, there we go. Okay, what's the date today? Today is the 3rd. Nope, that's October, dork. Okay, let's make, if I can make a 3 without slopping it up. Just looking to see if I missed anything. Like anything that's important. And I don't see anything. Oh, I think she's done. I think she's done, guys. I think she is finished. Dunzo. Out the gate, as some might say. Actually, there might be one more effect I might want to add to the eyes. Because it feels like her eyes are just a little too, like, strong, if you ask me. So maybe... Okay, I've got to figure out where the hell that is. No, for the skin. So for the skin, maybe add like, I don't know, a dark gray or something for the eyes. And just, I don't know, do something like that. Other than that, I think that's the only thing that I can really do that would change anything, per se. Like, honestly, that's the only thing that feels that's off to me is her eyes. Her eyes just feel like they're glowing too much. They don't feel like they should be glowing this much. So let me just see if this might help to ease that. Okay. Lower the opacity. Okay. The color needs to be a lot less drastic. Okay, there we go. There we go. Because her eyes are in shadow. So it wouldn't make sense for her eyes to be as strong as they are. It wouldn't. So I think lowering the eye color a little bit is actually a good idea. Yeah, I feel like that's actually a really good idea. Actually, let me just separate that just in case I don't like it. I don't know, I think she's done. Yeah, I think she's finished. Maybe just a little lower than that. Like, it's just subtle, but it's an effect that needs to be there. Oh, hang on. One more place. This ain't gonna be hard. I need to go here, I need to go here, go to just pitch black. Go to the airbrush. And go something along the lines of like this. Or is it more on top? Oh, it's more on top. Same thing on the gray, which I believe would be... Didn't I make it lighter? Is it a lighter tone that made it better? No. That wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now I think she's actually done this time. Now I think she's actually done this time. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else that I may have missed. Her eyes are fine. The light looks okay. Yep, I think she's finished. I don't think she's needing anything else besides just export. Oh, this is so... Like, I love this, but God, is it a lot of work. Oh, hang on. Maybe adding a little bit of a darkness here. Okay, where would that even be? I don't know. Here? Yep. Airbrush this. Top. Yeah. Much better. Gives it a little bit more of a body, I guess you could say. Yeah, I think she's done. For real this time, I really think she's done. Actually, for real this time, I think she's done. Holy shit, how long did that take? That took, oh my god, 5 hours. But hey, I'd rather it be good than shit. I'd rather it be well done, not rushed, and the time taken to actually make it look good. The only thing I could really see maybe needing improvement is her hat, like the underside of it, but I don't really know how to do that kind of a trick. So, yeah, I think she's pretty much done. There's not really much else that I can add that would make it good, that I know of anyway. But yeah, I think she's good to go. I think she is all set. Holy crap, what a journey this one was. What a journey. So, yep, I think that's going to call it right there. I think I'm done for today, because that was a lot of work. And, yep, I think that's it. Thank you, everyone, for joining me today to witness the birth of this OC I have yet to name. I can honestly see some names for her because it kind of fits her, but I don't know. It has to be more of an Umumusume based name, and I really do not know what to name her at this point. Like, she looks like a librarian, she looks like a witch, like a spellcaster, kind of, sort of. Like, she's very based off of that one Umumusume who wears a witch hat. I don't know her name. I couldn't tell you. I've seen her in, like, the runs and shit, and she's the one who won't eat her vegetables. She's kind of a kid-looking character. So, yeah. As soon as I get a name for this character, she will be posted as a short. The entire art process will be posted, and yep. I appreciate all of you for being here, because it does help to get it done a lot more faster than it would take if I was just, like, listening myself or doing it myself. So yeah, I really do appreciate everyone for showing up, saying something, even though there are people like that dipstick earlier. But yeah, you get those people. So thank you, everyone, for joining me. I am gonna go do whatever now, and I'll see y'all later. Happy horrors until the next time, and bye bye!